cats will beat them up. Oh, pupper cam. Pupper cam. There's the pupper. Hello everyone, my name is Commissar Hecht, and welcome to Pupper Cam. There's the pupper. Here's a pupper dupper. Big puppers. Pupper Cam. Anyway, hello everyone, my name is Commissar Hecht. Welcome to another edition of Warhammer Wednesday, where we are painting a bunch of heads and berets, and hopefully we will finally be able to put arms and heads on. But you know, if we just do berets, that'll be good too, because you know we got a lot of that. We got a lot of heads that need to be painted today. I've got all those bits, and we got these. So today we're just chipping away at the Acer Militarum. And I hope everyone's having a good Wednesday. And for those of you that aren't having necessarily the best of weeks or the best of times, do not despair. Do not give in to or try not to despair, right? Obviously, if you're having negative feelings or negative emotions, honor those feelings, honor those emotions. But then become active, become motivated, change the situation. You got to work with the ground that you have and that's presented to you, right? You always, in life, you always work with the ground that's presented to you and what you've got. But you can never improve your situation until you actually change something. Change something about either yourself, change something about the situation that you're in, change something about help motivate people to help you change something about it. So I hope everyone's having a good day. If you're not having a good day, that's okay. Things pass. And I believe in your abilities. And so, along with Warhammer Wednesday, we're going to be painting. We're going to be painting Imperial Guard heads and berets, so it's going to be a lot of focus. Oh, let me go get my music. I've got some of my water in my Imperial Guardsman cup. Oh, delicious. So I'll be right back. I just need to get the music. All right. Oh, I was muted. Of course. God, I hate that. I hate that when I'm muted. When it's a roll, me bully boys, we're in a hurry, boys. We got a long way to go. Bully boys roll. We sailed away on the toughest of waters. Row me, my boys, row. All right. Sorry. Just looking at something real quick. All right. My alerts didn't go out. I don't think anyone knows I'm online. That's frustrating. Guten Abend, Herr Stone. All right. There we go. Ja, guten Abend, Herr Stone. Wie geht's? Uh, well, mein Tochter is not doing so well. She's got some sort of head cold. Oh, your German's pretty good. No, my German is very limited, actually. Wie's bisschen. Entschuldigung. I know probably enough to say hi. I know enough to say hi. I know enough to say how are you. Wo wohnen Sie? That's where are you from? Um, I used to say ich spreche Deutsch kleiner, but I think wes bisschen is like I speak very little or something to that extent. Ex, Expent or ex blah. I can't talk. Something to that extent. Um, and then uh, um, I used to know so much more, but it's very limited. My German is very limited. And I think it's limited because I know where are you from is wo kommen Sie? Ah, okay. Wer kommen Sie? Okay. All right. Well, yeah, see? Wohnen Sie? Wer, uh, is that, I guess wohnen Sie is like more formal? Tell me, do you live in Japan? I saw your Halloween pictures recently. No, I don't. I no more. I don't live in Japan anymore. Hold on, that's the T sounding off. Ein Minuten bitte. The Z is formal. Ah, okay. Okay, all right. Anyway, yeah, I lived in Japan. I was stationed there for about 5 years, roughly. Um, done. You're done work already? No, I'm not done work already, Comic Wolf. I am. I'm just simply. I'm off today. But yeah, I lived in Japan for. I was stationed in Japan at Misawa Air Base for about 5 years. Um, Lovely place to be. I had an absolute ball, but my wife. Oh, nice. No, 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 no. Today it's my scheduled day off. Um, so I have. For those of you that don't know, I'm active duty military, and I'm assigned uh, to a stranger you say Z, but to friends you say do. Ah, I see. For those of you that don't know, I'm active duty military, and I'm security forces. So our work schedules, we have in the Air Force we have a range of work schedules that a squadron commander can approve for the airmen to work to have what's called a work rest cycle. My particular squadron is running a modified Panama schedule. We call it the Alaska schedule. Basically, you work 15 days out of the year or 15 days out of the month, which works out to half the year. And it's modified. You have 8-hour shifts throughout the work week, and then you have 12-hour shifts throughout the work weekend, right? You have your long week, and then you have your short week. But within your short week, particularly within security forces, you have what are called training days. And training days is when you cover the mandated, I think it's like 276 essential tasks that you're supposed to cover within a full calendar year to maintain your proficiencies, your certifications, if you have any certifications, and to ensure that um, the stuff that you are teaching is up to regulations and standards. That way, if you have a case that you're working on, or any sort of military, or if you have any sort of like incident that kind of precedes you. Sorry, let me just clean that off. There was a bit of schmutz, and just clean that off there. There we go. Any sort of uh, work, um, any sort of requirement that's covered, right? For security forces, you deal in potential criminal cases, and you deal with people not necessarily at their best. So that training is to cover what you're supposed to be doing per regulation, per book. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, today is my off day. You can take leave outside of your off days. For example, if you want to take 30 days of leave, you still are allowed that. Um, what some people do is they'll take a weekend here and there where they're supposed to work and they just get like a long break off. I caught one of your Space Marine games you guys were playing with a really good. Where'd you find them? Well, I found them kind of everywhere. Russ is a guy who plays in, he's an Australian. Um, uh, um, what? What? Hold on. 2 seconds, guys. Sweeties. Oh, oh, or did you want seaweed or miso? Okay, yeah, I can make that real quick. 2 seconds, chat. I gotta make my daughter. My daughter's sick, so she's not feeling great. So I promised to make her seaweed soup. It'll be really quick. Let me just heat up the water again, real quick. How many sachets do you want, sweeties? Two. Okay, it's gonna be kind of salty. Okay. How big of a bowl do you want? The clay bowl. Yeah, I'm just getting it all down to one side. That way, when you add it, it'll rip right here. Tell me when the water. Now remember, it's going to be a little salty. Is that enough? Now, if you want more, you just need to pour some in. Okay? Yeah. Don't touch the body. Touch the handle. Now, I'm filming, so. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, let me get the tea bags out of there. All right. As I was. So, comment. Welcome to the chat. You're a first time commenter. As you were saying, where did I find those guys? Hey, so Casual Mark, I found him. He was actually one of my YouTube supporters way back when. Russ was a good player, um, and he and I play every once in a while. And then uh, after Russ, it did like most of my friends are like, you said you left Japan. Because of your wife? No. Well, it's kind of, sort of. So, in the United States military, you have, um, if you go overseas, you have what's called a DIROS. And a DIROS is a date estimated return from overseas. And it's the day that you, and that date is based off of the day that you entered the country that you're in. So, if I'm stationed in the United States and I get orders to RAF Lakenheath because I was there, Misawa Air Base because I was there, Ramstein because I was there, or any other overseas location, right? Um, you have a DIROS. Um, and the DIROS is in place because in any country that the United States has a military base in, they have a agreement called SOFA, Status Forces Arm Agreement. And within the SOFA, it dictates how long a serviceman can be in that particular country for that particular span of time. Now, you can go into what's called a continuous overseas request, right? A continuous tour of overseas assignment, a COT, um, and they take that into effect, and basically they schedule it to, okay, well, are you supporting the mission there? Is there a slot for you? Yada yada. And sometimes it goes based off of the status of forces agreement. Sometimes it goes based off of the needs of the Air Force. And so I think the maximum anyone can stay at an overseas location, particularly if they're working for the Department of Defense, is I want to say 8 to 10 years, right? And for civilians, it's even shorter. I think it's 5 to 7, right? Because if you're a civilian government worker, you can only stay in that particular country for X amount of years. Um, and so we were up for PCS anyway. We were going to extend, but because of the medical conditions that my wife was facing and she was getting medically retired, that, that kind of was like, okay, well, we need to go back to the States. And so here we are. All right. Oh, my glasses. Bloody well blind. But anyway, for the Space Marine folks, if you want to be a part of the channel, the only thing you have to do is just join the Discord. Discord is in the description on YouTube, but I do have a command here. And there's the Discord. My only issue. Oh, thank you, Quackamole. Thank you very much. ×3. My only request, Cosmic, is that if you join the Discord, you are an active member, you obey by the rules, and you obviously you're not a troll and all that stuff. So. Yeah, and if you subscribe, you get a little 3-month badge. Oh, well, if you subscribe for 3 months and all that stuff. Well, thank you, Quackamole. All right, let's get these berets done. They're not gonna paint themselves. And it's Also, what are you painting today? I am painting Imperial Guard Stormtrooper heads, or Tempestus Scion heads. Here, let me just try and get the camera to zoom in real quick. There we go. BRB, my niece needs medicine again. Well, hey, family first. Family is always first. So we're painting these guys as heads. And we're painting the berets blue, and we're going to do skin tones after I get all the berets painted. Let me do that real quick. And as a reminder, this is a charity channel, and therefore I am championing the UNHCR's UN Refugee Agency. So there's that donation. They're pretty annoying. Cultists are pretty annoying to build. I never built the new models. The only cultists I have are the Dark Imperium ones. Oh, the new jackals. Oh, okay. Oh, for the bloodletters. I mean, not the bloodletters, the world eaters. Oh, I mean, I guess they do bloodletting. They look a lot like corpse grinders, to be honest. Well, I mean, hit and miss, right? Mishka, first time chatter. What factions do you play? Well, I play. My primary faction is the Imperial Guard, right? I've been playing the Imperial Guard since 2002, 2003. and I have been playing, uh, and I've collected some orcs. I've collected Sisters of Battle. I collected um, Chaos. I have my wife collected Dark Angels because of the Raven Wing, because she loves motorcycles and bikes. Um, I've collected. I've got all the like the start collecting boxes, like every edition I'll have a start collecting. I'll buy that. So I've got some Tyranids, I've got some Necrons, but I haven't touched them, and I have some Dark Eldar. I got some Dark Eldar. So I've collected quite a bit of the range, but if you're asking me what I primarily play, it's Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard, baby, all the way. Almost see everyone, it seems. I just go back into 40K. I've been playing since 2004. My first Adeptus Sororitas model. I'm pretty happy with it. Turned out, not having cleaned up the leg before 100% painting it. Uh, are you yourself an Imperial Guardsman? Uh, I mean, so I'm painting my guardsmen up to be looking like Air Force security forces, so there's that. I would love to see your artwork, Mishka. So if you want to join the Discord, there's the link. Oh, please join. Please behave in the Discord. I will kick you out if you're rude or whatnot or disrespectful. But yeah, there's the Discord. And you can always join the channel. Yeah. And there you'll see some of my work. Once I'm done modernizing this guard army with the new sculpts and whatnot, I will probably do a big family picture of all my guard. Like the and I'll do like comparisons, like the 2002, 2003 guardsmen versus the 2000. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, no, no, you did pretty damn good. Oh, yeah. No, that's a damn good job. No, it still goes as I want to see my war leaders. I just finished it. Yeah. Oh no, dude. I mean, the Discord is for everyone to publish their minis in progress and all that work. And if you're an artist, publish your artwork, all that stuff. The only thing the Discord isn't is a marketplace. Like, don't be trying to hawk people for money and all that stuff. Or like, don't try and DM people for commission work like that. I don't accept. But yeah, because I've had people. No, I don't do that. No, no, no. I know. I've had people like come to me privately and be like, "Hey, someone's trying to sell like their product," and I'm like, "Well, that's not right." Or they're trying to sell like commission work for assets or whatnot. Now, the only artists that I do allow to like be like, "Oh, hey, I've got commission slots," are people that I've vetted personally. I do have a question about painting one of the models from the Basic Sisters box. They're holding a Sumeraco Imperialis with some brickwork underneath it. The foot. I don't know what color to use on it to get the model. I use the Duncan Rose guys, but the model he has doesn't use stonework. So for me, Kitbat Carnage, how are you? So for me, I just pick, right? Let your muse speak to you. If you have a painting muse, let it speak to you. Um, let it tell you what that stonework is, right? Let it have it. Like every model I make has at least some form of story. So let that model tell you what it is, how it is, all that stuff. Hope your poll just popped in for a drop from in. Well deserved. Well, thank you, Kit Bash. I appreciate you. How have you been? Use beige or gray for stone. Well, I mean, stone can be different colors. So I have Afante. I don't have a mind's eye to visualize. All I really do is follow guys and extrapolate. Ah. Oh, I see how that can be difficult. Um, like for the staff, I was planning on doing the same as I had done, like leather strap, Mornfang band, Agrax, Earthshade. Well, so okay. So if you don't have affante, or if you don't have that mind's eye, that creative impulse, and you rely on guides, what I would do is I would look for examples of what stone could be and then go based off of that, if that makes any sense. That's what I would recommend. Right? Something that looks nice with the model, that complements it, and doesn't draw the eye directly to that stone, but like as you're looking at the model, because your eye in any sort of painting, right? In any painting, any professional painting. Here, let me go to the Commissar's journal real quick. In any professional painting, your eye will always follow kind of a natural progression, whether it's an actual painting, as in a traditional painting, or um, some sort of artwork like a statue or sculpture or digital art, right? Your eye will naturally follow a certain pattern. So when you're making that stone, what you want to do, if we're going technical, is you want to make it so that it either complements the stone itself or is just slightly off, or sorry, complements the model itself with the stone, or just slightly off so that it draws your eye down the model to the stone, and your eye goes and focuses on the detail of the Saculum Imperialis and the stonework itself. That's how, technically, that's how you want to do it, right? You either do it so your eye naturally follows down to that piece of stone, or it complements the model enough to where it blends in with the model and is part of it, right? Kind of a deal. Art wise. Now again, I am nowhere near that good of an artist to kind of tell you exactly what you're looking for, but um, I would just look up stone colors of stone, all that stuff, and pick the best one, right? And that's what I do. But to help you combat, right, your aphantasia, I would sit with the model, and then I would sit with the learning by doing. Yeah, perfect example. Stone, learning by doing. I would sit with the model, and then I would sit with the codex and read the codex, and then say, what do I want with this model? Right? I know you say you have aphantasia, so I don't necessarily know exactly if it's like a truly like mental thing where you don't have much of an imagination because you've never really worked it out, or um, that you're just imagination devoidant, right? I'm not familiar with that. Um, so if I was you, what I would do to help combat it a little bit is say, okay, well, I want to do this with this army. I want this army to look like this because this army, and you read the codex and you're like, this particular codex bit kind of matches with kind of the feel of what I'm getting for this particular army. If you're able to do that. If not, hey, doing painting guides is not that's something that is not a it shouldn't you should not feel I think exclusively in sound without mental images, if that gives you an eye at all. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's a I think without any mental images. Okay. Well, if you think in sound, what I recommend then is you listen to music. Embarrassed? No, 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 not embarrassed, Hairstone. You something that is very. I mean, you gave very adequate comments, right? Which is doing learning by doing is perfectly acceptable, right? But thinking in sound, I would do it with music, and then let the music kind of tell you the story of the model. And I think maybe you could do it that way. But that's a suggestion. And like I said, you do not have to follow my suggestions. I am not the end all be all on art or miniature painting. I am about as neophyte as it gets. My painting is just enough to get the models on the battlefield, and that's about it. And they look okay. Sorry, well, I'm looking for music myself. She's been telling me all night long. And don't say sorry about mistakes. I recently had one, and I had to paint my figure again. Yeah, I 100%. I don't. That's another good point. In painting, particularly in miniature painting, there's no such thing as a mistake, right? Because as especially if you're a new painter, yes, you want to use painting guides, and yes, you have a vision. If you do think like that way, you've got a vision of what the army looks like in your head. But I can't tell you how many times I've done a paint model, and I'm like, I don't like the way that looks, and so I redo it again. I'm like, I don't like the way that looks. And then when I do it like the third time or fourth time, I'm like, oh, this is something that I can jive with. Or like if I'm trying to make blood effects, sometimes, hey, it's all about trial and error, right? Before they came out with corn blood technical, that really watery, you know, uh, uh, technical paint, um, it was hard to get blood effects to look natural. So it's trial and error, or mud effects, or if your character looks like it's been in the snow, right? It's all about trial and error. And painting is just as much the journey as it is the destination, and understanding and learning technique, right? You can watch a whole bunch of guide videos and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, you're the one that's painting it. It should be your model, and you should have some onus over it. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I was thinking about, but I don't have the mind's eye to be able to figure out if that would be good or not. So hold on. So I was thinking about painting the stone just some basic Mechanicus gray with some Agrax Earthshade wash to represent like dirt, but I was planning to do textured mud with maybe tufts of grass. But I don't have the mind's eye to figure out if it would look good or not. Again, it's trial and error. Both of those techniques um, that you recommended, that you're planning on thinking about, would work perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. No, no, it's fine. It's fine. Like I want people to share their painting techniques within the community and within the chat because Warhammer is already a difficult hobby to get into without getting unmotivated by painting. So if you're able to motivate each other, that's the greatest gift that any hobbyist could give another hobbyist, right? And it doesn't matter what kind of hobby it is, whether it's sewing, whether it's uh, prop making, whether it's Warhammer minis painting, whether it's planning a D&D session, whether it's writing a poem or a short story, any sort of like craft. I want people to be able to motivate each other. So, um, and that's this is the kind of community that I want to make, is everyone being able to motivate each other because in the grand scheme of things, we are all in this together, right? Like, and I mean that we're all in this together. The oh, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you. Um, yeah, but we're all in it together. Um, and and if we don't honestly help each other out, like that's we're the world is already kind of cutthroat as it is. Helping each other out is not is I think the more adequate, right? More adequate way. Why is the alerts not invalid user? That's not right. I don't know why it's not letting me do this. All right, well, I'll figure it out because that alert should have popped up, and it bothered me that it didn't. Anyway, Not gonna lie, I still have an Exorcist. I'm terrified having to figure out how to paint the damn thing. I just hope by the time I get there, I have an understanding of what materials should be painted like. Well, okay, so for tanks, don't think about the material. Just think about the color. All right. Um, think about it as a centerpiece of your army, right? Something that draws, like again, with anything that has to deal with art, something that draws the eye to that particular tank. Do you want it to complement it or do you want it to offset it? My recommendation is complement, right? Because you don't necessarily because you're not comfortable with your mind's eye just yet, I would push push complementary instead of offsetting. Um, and as far as like armor goes and whatnot, like you'll get there. You'll get there. The first tank may not be your greatest, but it's a work in progress. And I say this and I hate being kitschy about it, but it's true. It's like day one or one day. Everyone's got a day one, but you'll get to that one day soon. And the good thing about the codex is that they've got plenty of examples of it. Hello.
What's going on, brother?
Oh, how are you?
Doing good, man. What are you up to?
I'm painting.
Nice. Still
That's
working on those guardsman heads?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got 20 guardsman heads, 25 guardsman heads I got to do. So I did 9 berets so far. I've still got 11 more to go.
Okay.
And we've got I need to do their skin next, but then I also got to do their skin on their faces next. But then I also got to do. Oops, that didn't mean to do that. That was a mistake. I got to do their rifles, their arms, and then the backpacks, or at least the Vox casters, and then that portion will be done. And then I'll be able to put them all together, and then I can start, and that'll be 40, and then I can start the next batch of guardsmen.
Oh, Jesus. Well, at least you're almost partially done the first batch, which is
Because
great.
because my 2,000 point army
Yeah.
has 60 mainline infantry squads and then 30 stormtroopers. Uh, so I have to do the 30 stormtroopers, and then I can start switching to like the tanks. But within those 60 mainline battle squads, I have to do um, 3 more heavy weapons teams um, in order to get them, quote unquote codex compliant.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
not too bad, then.
yeah, so all told, I have another 20 I got to build. Um, and then the 30 stormtroopers, so that's 50. The heavy weapons, that's 56. And then it's really just tanks and artillery, which I've got most of the tanks done. It's just the fine details, and most of the artillery,
Yeah.
which is just the fine details.
Oh, okay.
So I have a lot, actually. And then, well, I take that back. Let me take a look because there's something else I got to do with the modernization. Because the problem is that now with this new 10th edition codex, a lot of my army is not obsolete, but the sizes of the base, the the unit composition, it made a majority of my army kind of obsolete. So the issue I'm running into is uh, I have to. I've got commissars that I can paint up, and they're still considered valid. They're still considered tabletop valid. So those are fine. And those are old metal commissars, so I'm excited about that. I need
Yeah,
to
those
have
models are really nice.
I need to have the regimental attaché. I've got a metal Ogren bodyguard, but I got to put the brute shield on him because he has a ripper and close combat weapon. And then I have to finish the basilisk. I've done the field artillery, the field ordnance battery. Um, So, and this is for my 2,000 point, and then I just got to finish the Manticore. So my 2,000 point army is almost done. My
That's good.
3,000 point army is, oh no, oh everything got cheaper, kind of. So I need to probably make, so my 3,000 point army is 6 infantry squads, or for my HQ it's 2 commissars, a Tempestus command squad, a warlord, my platoon command squad, the Primaris Psyker, the tank commander, 6 infantry squads, a basilisk, 2 ordnance guns, 2 ordnance batteries, 3 Leman Russes, a Manticore, 3 Ogren bodyguards, and then 3 Tempestus Scions with 3 Valkyries. So I got to paint Valkyries, and then but because I'm 80 points down, what can I put for 80 points? Let's see. Armored Sentinel is 65. Death Rider Squadron 70. A Hydra is 85. That's too much. Nork Dagog is 60. Well, that doesn't help me. What is it? How much is, oh, an engine's here. Nothing is worth 80. Son of a bitch. Ah. How is nothing worth 80? Just straight 80 points. A Hydra is 85. That's upsetting. We were this close. Dedicate. What about a Chimera? Chimera is 70. Torox Prime is 90. God damn it. All right. What about characters? Is there a character that's 80 points?
Does Chimera have any equipment upgrades?
No. Everything's just straight. An engine seer is a regimental engine seer is 30 is 45 points. Sergeant Harker is 40 points. Slamar Bros. God damn it. Oh, actually, hold on, that might work. So a regimental engine seer, and maybe because he's 35 points. What is what are the servitors? Ah, hold on. Now I gotta look to see what the servitors are. How much the servitors cost? Because maybe I could, with all the tanks, an engine seer would work. Servitor 35. Damn it. Okay, Minotaurum servitors. What is that? What does that unit consist of? Unit composition. 4. Well, with a engine sear and servitors for the 3,000 point. Oh, that works out. That works out. That's 3,000 points on the dot. Yay!
It all worked out.
It all worked out. We all got there together. $3,000. There we go. Because the servitors, if they're with a engine sear, um, they can act as a bodyguard. So he will be running around. Oh, I love the Hydra. Yeah, the Hydra is a good tank. I gotta go to bed. Have a good stream, Commissar. Well, thank you very much. Guten Nacht. Um, so yeah, my 3,000 point army's got it's got a lot in it. So Archaeotech pistol, yeah. My 2,000 point army is short because it's 85 points. It's 1985 points, and it's because there's nothing that's worth 15 points. So I'm undervalued, as it were. All right, now that we've figured that out, let's finish painting. What are you working on, Kelly?
I got a chaplain and Terminator armor with relic shield, the newer model. As I'm trying to get my end goal is to have every chaplain model. And I have one, two, three, four, five right now.
Is it is
So I'm
it
just working on him.
is it just for a fluff piece, or is it just because you like that style of model?
No, it's just visuals. Like they're not going in any of my armies or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
So they're kind of just for the collection. And I'm kind of basing their chapters on what I think would look good on them. Because like the first one I showed you in the Discord was I think I went what did I go with? Black Templar? Yeah, I went with a Black Templar for
Rec-
the first um
Reclusiac.
yeah. And then this one, because I got one of my buddies in the States to 3D print me some stuff, I got a um, Dark Angel's Relic Shield. So I'm going
Oh
to make
yeah.
him a Dark Angel.
Can
But I'm
can
trying to find those
can
Terminator wing
I was about to say
bits, but I can't.
I was about to say can chaplains take a relic shield like the blade guard? Are they allowed to?
Well, for the model I got, it came with one.
Well, right, but are they allowed to take relic shields, or is this is more for flavor than anything?
No, they can take a Relic Shield.
Oh, okay.
I just switched it out with one that I got 3D printed because the one that it came with had all the corners clipped up, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get this printed, and I did it like a month in advance before I even was got my hands on this model. I like planning things, but I guess I didn't plan well enough.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So this has been about a 2 month process trying to get everything together.
Well, I'm off to bed. All right. Well, thank you, Quackamole. I appreciate you joining the stream for a little bit. Sorry I wasn't on as long as I should have been, or sorry I wasn't on as earlier as I should have been. I've been busy with household work because my German Shepherd loves to shed.
They really do.
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, no pressure. Good luck. Okay. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure the vacuum cleaner that I have is not cut out for a German Shepherd. Like it's a great vacuum cleaner for cats and regular like people, not necessarily German Shepherd hair. Every single time I run the vacuum cleaner, I've had to clean it out like three separate times because of all the hair that Yark loves to shed.
Ow, that's hot.
Are you using a soldering iron? What are you?
No, I'm just pinning
Oh,
with my lighter. And the brand of paper clips I use like to conduct heat pretty well.
yeah. I thought about that. I don't know. I prefer the drill method instead
I
of
just
like
didn't bring a bit small enough,
ah.
unfortunately. But when I go home this weekend, I'll grab some. There's a bunch of stuff at the house I gotta grab. There's that one. One more. I hate how all character models come on their stupid rocks now.
Oh yeah.
So dumb.
Well, it's because GW wants like dynamic posing. And I get why they want it. I mean, even the Imperial Guard commanders now are stepping on sandbags and rubble and rocks.
No, really.
Yeah, yeah. Like here, I'll show you.
Use.
Like this guy.
Oh,
Behold,
cool.
my mighty rebar. Hold on, if I can get the camera to zoom in. Damn it. Yeah, there he is. Behold, my mighty rebar. Just a piece of concrete with like rebar sticking out of it. And then this
Yeah.
one, he's stepping on a sandbag. That's burst.
It's a really nice model.
It is a really nice model.
Okay, now I might have to get some guardsmen.
All right. Next beret. Good news is about painting heads and berets is that you can kind of crank them out as they come, and then you only need to do a few touch-ups if you miss the band.
There we go. All right, sir, you are pinned. So now I can spray paint you. Does it fit? Oh, no way that fits. Oh, it's like I drew that up. No way.
It's as if you planned it.
I I truly did. Because I like pinning the feet just so that I can prime them a lot more evenly.
Yeah.
Instead of like trying to hold them or like glue them to something or use double-sided tape. I just don't find it works for me, especially in like the climate that I'm in right now when it's -6 out.
Wait, but you can't spray primer that cold. It'll crack up.
No, so I keep my primer in my shack, and then I literally just go out to one of the smoke huts, and it's heated in there. So I just prime in there, and then wait like 30 seconds, and then it's already dry.
Oh, no kidding. Oh,
Yeah,
all right. Well, see, you're living in like the 31st millennia, and I'm
yeah.
back in the Stone Age.
The Air Force is thinking of everything these days.
Well, cause I'm here. I am like I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I gotta wait for the weather to be better, and cause what I normally do is when I spray, I just leave my primer out to sun dry, like all my models out to sun dry, cause I
Yeah.
cause I feel like like the models when they're sun dried, they're not like it doesn't chip or crack as much.
Hmm.
But I guess it kind of works the same if you let them dry inside. I can't stand the smell of primer. Like, don't get me wrong, I love priming models because I feel like I'm like getting something accomplished. Um, but that that the noxious smell is what really just makes me feel sick.
Yeah. And again, I got the same thing with like that Tamiya extra thin. I can't do it. No matter even if I'm doing a metal model, I'll use super glue. Oh, I can't use the Tamiya stuff.
There's that.
Sticky tack. Where's my sticky tack?
Yeah, once I'm finished with this modernization project, I'm gonna. The goal is to do a like a family picture of my guardsmen as they were, and then my guardsmen as they are now. Um, and like show people the difference like between the two.
No, that'd be a good idea. Kind of a little before and after before the update.
Oh yeah,
That's actually a really good idea.
because most of my infantry squads were built early 2000, 2002, 2003. 2004, 2005. I think the only thing I added was like 13 to like 16 was either more tanks or just more infantry. That's about it.
I've always wanted to paint a tank, but I'd done stick to Outriders, and by the time I was done them, I was like, I'm never doing another vehicle. But then it's just like I see the Lehman Rest, and I'm like, oh, I would love to paint that. But then I just keep getting flashbacks of the Outriders, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want to do it.
Outrider, which Outriders?
I got the Outriders from the Indominus box when I bought it, and
Oh,
then I
right, right, right,
really
right,
liked
right.
the model, so I bought three more from my buddy that was selling them.
That's right. Those Outriders. I was thinking maybe the Attilan, the Jackal, or the Atalan Outriders, the ones for the Gene Stealer cult.
Oh, okay.
Or are they called jackals? I can't remember.
I think they're Jackals.
But I did say I did. Oh, actually, no. Hold on. Now that gives me now I've got the question. Is there are the Gene Stealer cults? Are those Outriders? Are the Jackals on the same basis as the Atalant Jackals? Are they on the same base as 460 millimeter oval bases? Okay, so now we go to Guardsmen. Five 60 millimeter bases. They are. Ooh, maybe I do a Rough Riders unit, but it's all bikes. Decisions, decisions. Question is, what do they look like? Maybe I could do it. Two, three, four. Yeah, maybe I could do it. And they would kind of look cool as bikes. I'd have to get rid of the saddlebags with the Gene Stealer cult stuff, but I think that would work.
How am I going to do this?
What you doing, Mo? It's a standard USB plug. Let me see. So you know the charger for your tablet? That would fit in it. The the pink one? Okay. All right. Hold on, Chad. I'm going to be right back. right, and I'm back.
Nice. How is this going to work?
All right.
Hmm.
Okay, that's good. I've been trying to find a decently like cheesy B-rated movie for our Discord
Well,
MST3K night.
when were you planning on having that?
Probably next week.
Okay.
Week after next. I just haven't decided what. I just haven't decided what kind of there's like there's like the classics like Starship Troopers. There's the old D&D movie. The one with Jeremy Irons. So there's some solid ones. Um, but then there's also like some old 1950s sci-fi ones like them. I don't think Mystery Science Theater has ever done them. I don't think. I know they did like the Giant Mantis. That one was a fun riff. Um, I don't think they've done Forbidden Planet. So like we could go kind of that route. Um, I just haven't decided yet because there's some decently like kitschy 1940s, 50s, early 60s and 70s movies that are just like dying to get riffed. And then of course there's some modern ones, but I think the modern ones are kind of eh. Like don't get me wrong, they deserve to be riffed, but uh, I just don't know. I might find a handful and have people vote.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Kind of see what the community kind of feels if you're undecided.
Yeah.
Stick it in. Hmm.
9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. 13 more to go. I think the hardest bit is going to be. Oh no, where did that head go?
Into the void.
Okay, alright, there it is. I found it. Oh my god. It landed in my crotch.
Oh, huh. As long as it doesn't hit the floor, you'll always find it. If it hits the floor, it's gone.
I absolutely hate that. Like you're working on a bit and it drops and you're just like, I don't know where it went. And then, like, I don't know, 2 weeks to a month later, you find it. You're like, oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's so infuriating. So if I can get the berets done, then I can work on the skin of these guys, and I can just alternate skin tones, and then I don't have to worry about heads and like I can kind of choose what I want. And then that's going to kind of dictate what I color the arms and the hands. That'll be like easier.
As long as you remember the skin tone for the face you put on the body, won't be any issues. So if you have a method, it works.
Yeah. I almost screwed up one point. I did a like a darker skin tone, and I almost put a pale face, like a paler skin tone face on a head, and I was just like, oh no! So I had to like
You should have
quickly,
just been wearing gloves.
I had to quickly like pull it off because I didn't notice it until it was too late, almost too late. Well, I was lazy at one point. I didn't paint the hands. I left them black. So I'm like, ah, they're all wearing gloves. There you go. They're all wearing black gloves.
No mistakes in Warhammer.
Yeah. Yeah, I meant to paint him like bright fuchsia. What of it?
As long as you like it, you're happy with it. That's the main thing. And you progress. Main thing.
Oh yeah. There's no such thing as a wrong color scheme.
Oh, never.
I do have to say, I do like it when people like do that highlighter, like you just use fluorescent or near fluorescent colors on their models because they get it so flat and they get it so like clean. And you kind of have you force yourself, even if you spray paint them white, you force yourself to get it that way because, you know, you don't want it to look runny. So like I'm always impressed when I see that stuff and I'm just like how what what kind of sorcery did you have to unlock?
Oh, absolutely. My one buddy Justin does that. He's a big Tyranids player, so he primes black and then uses fluorescent pink, yellow, orange, and blue, and they come out amazing. I don't know how he does it, but they come out amazing. And every time he tries to show me or teach me, it's like lost. I don't get it. And his blends always look so silky. And I'm like, how do you get a blend between neon pink and neon green to look so good? He's like, I don't know, I just do it. Okay, there's
what
something there.
what high heresy is this?
Okay.
Ah. Oh no, why? Another head went into the void. There you are. I knew I felt it bounce off my hip. What you looking for, love? Oh, okay. Are you taking Yark with you? All right. Oh, he heard the keys. If you're planning on getting something, I wouldn't mind something. Yeah, anything. Surprise me. Well, well, okay.
Tacos. Ask for tacos.
Uh, Whatever. I'm fine. I can't have tacos. I said,
What?
I was chat selling tacos. I will.
In California, you don't want to get Californian tacos. That's crazy.
Well, it's the fact that there's no good It's the fact that there's no good tacos on base. It's just Taco Bell.
Whoa. Whoa.
What?
Me and I, when I say, well, I should say we as Canadians find that very insulting.
Is fast food. So like, I try and avoid fast food. I end up eating it anyway, just because especially when I'm working. That's all that like I readily have. Yeah, yeah, I do meal prep, but most of my meal preps for the family. Um, uh, but yeah, it's just it's one of those things where it's just like I really try and avoid fast food. Maybe because I know I can make better food that's tastier and probably has less caloric intake.
True.
Um, and I fall into the trap that a lot of people fall into when they come especially when it's like meal prep and whatnot, which is like shit. Takeout's easier, and I don't have to clean. All right, here's that beret done. Oh my hand! I hate it when it's cramping up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Halfway, almost halfway. Actually, no, more than halfway.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go prime these minis right quick.
Yep. Good luck.
Thank you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hang on, that's not right. I thought I had more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, I'll be damned. I thought I had more beret heads than that. Plasma guns. I did. I did. Okay. But these aren't primed. That's the problem. That's the problem. These aren't primed. I was about to say, I thought I had more. These aren't the ones that are primed, so I got to prime these ones. I'm not going to be able to do that until a little later, until I actually finish these ones. Okay, that's what I thought. I knew something was up.
All right. Oh, no, I missed some old line.
See, I'm a bit of a heathen when it comes to mode lines. I don't bother with them, unless it like interrupts the actual like gluing of the model together.
Yeah, I'm pretty anal about it.
God damn it! Another one fell. Son of a gun!
All right. Well, you're 2 for 3 right now. Let's see if we can go 3 for 3. If you lose one, then I don't know what we can do about that.
Oh my lord! Unless the mold lines are like really, really, really egregious, I don't trim them. Mainly because I always run the risk of like gouging more of the model out than the mold line. Because I am not a dainty person.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's like the one thing I look for anytime I look at a model. Like, oh, mold line. Don't like it.
Oh, then I'd make your brain itch. I'm not gonna lie. I'd make all my guys' berets having mold lines on them. I'm sorry.
No, no, that's your painting style. That's your painting style. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, not everyone's going to be happy with anybody else's army. As long as you're happy with it, that's always the main thing. And that's why I take 30 hours to paint one model. Let's look up some references. References are always key.
I take 30 hours to paint one model because I am absolutely terrible at painting.
I would definitely not say terrible. I've seen your work.
I am a neophyte at best. Like I would classify if we're using like the old like level 1 through 5 painting guide style criteria. I am definitely a level 1/2. Right? Looks good on the battle board. Looks good on the or looks decent enough on the battle board. But as soon as you zoom in, you realize, oh dear God, why?
That's why we have the 6 foot rule. Everything always looks amazing at 6 feet. Even when it's super close, it can always look good. But again, our worst critics are ourselves. Should I do black armor with green pauldrons, or should I do all green armor?
For what's the chapter?
Dark Angels.
For your chaplain,
Yeah.
it's black armor and then a green pauldron for the actual like chaplain, the actual chapter. Just because it's like it's similar to the librarius where librarians are normally in blue armor, with one pauldron being the chapter's colors, and then for um, chaplains, it's black armor with with the pauldron being the chapter's colors. So it would be all black except for that exposed pauldron that has like the Dark Angels um, chapter sigil. Or if you wanted to make him part of like the Death Guard, or not the Death Guard, the Death Wing, it would be all black but bone for the chapter sigil. Or if you want to make him Raven Wing, if he's on a bike, it'd be all black but then like the light blue Raven Wing symbol.
Hmm.
Um, it all depends on where your this chaplain falls on the hierarchy. Because Deathwing would be first company, Ravenwing would be seventh. I want to say it's seventh, or maybe it's second, and then the other companies are just straight Dark Angels green with their company stuff. So it really does depend on where you think this chaplain would have come from. As a matter of fact, I have a Dark Angels Codex. Oh, don't you dare. All right, well, it was a noble attempt. Dark Angels. Let's see, where do their chaplains normally hang out?
I don't mind the black armor. I just painted so much of it. Um,
Where does the chaplains hang out? Yeah, the Raven Wing, the Death Wing. So, Asmodai is the interrogator chaplain, and he is part of the 10th company. So he's part of the actual like battle companies, or not battle companies, but the reserve companies.
yeah.
Um, Samael's master of the Raven Wing. He could be Inner Circle, and it looks like Inner Circle's like a darker green with highlights. But yeah, your battle companies are going to be Dark Angels green. Your Deathwing is going to be Ushtabi Bone, and then your Outriders are going to be black. You could make him a successor chapter, but they're a little different. But if you wanted to go traditional first founding, that's going to be different.
Okay.
Um, but if he has a relic shield, you could make him Blade Guard, and Blade Guard is Ushtabi Bone. Or no, not Ushtabi, Wraithbone.
Mm,
Wraithbone with Seraphim Sepia.
I think the Wraith Bolt would actually look nice on him.
That would be my, because if he's got the relic shield, which looks like the blade guard shields,
Yeah.
that would be my recommendation.
Well, thank you. That interrogator chaplain's a really cool model.
It is a cool model.
I've tried to get my hands on.
No, you cannot has
32.
cheeseburger there, Yarrick. Oh, Bubba's. You're okay. Sonic Boom. Oh, thank you, madam. Alright, let's see what we got. That's a fake bill. I do too. Mm-hmm. Alright. Okay. Alrighty. You'll excuse me, folks. I'm going to just mute myself while I eat. I'm pretty sure none of you are into the whole mukbanging mastication of burgers thing. Not, not that I shame people. I know my audience.
I got my Caliban green. It is the Caliban green right on top. Oh. Great, it's snowing. Staring at us while he eats his burger. He feeds into your soul. He's hungry. Ah, I don't have water.
Yark almost took my burger.
What you pick up for you?
Oh, just a quick Burger King burger.
Oh,
Oh,
a Whopper man.
I. It serves its purpose.
That is true.
Gets the job done.
Where's my cup? I need some water.
One of my members in chat was providing commentary as I was eating.
Hell yeah.
All right. Yarek. 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 Hold on. Trying to get pupper cam. All right. Yarek. Stop teasing him. Yarek. Pupper cam. No. Sit. Good job. Up. I don't know where that went. All right, here. Let's try it again. Good job. Pupper cam. All right, I will
Look at
try.
that dog.
Yeah. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? He's trying to
I,
find it.
I, I love that video.
He's trying
I
to
think
find
it's
it.
hilarious.
Where? You think it went inside? He's trying to find it. All right, hold on. I will not rob my dog of a treat. Oh, there it is. Yark. It was inside. The sad part is that his nose passed right over it. Yark.
He's defective.
Yark. Come here, Bubbas. Sit. Okay. There you go. Good job. Good job. He's like, yeah, okay. All right, that's pupper cam. That was your guys' reward for watching me slam down a burger.
Worth it.
Bubba's, there's nothing in there anymore. I promise. Here, you can throw that away. We were $20 under budget.
You know what that means.
More Warhammer.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that's a new model.
that is a half of a model.
Just buy one used. You'll get it.
No! Ah, one of the boxcaster antennas broke off. Son of a bitch. Oh, damn it.
I think out of the 6 years I've been painting, I've only ever bought 2 brand new models. Everything else is always used.
Secondhand, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about secondhand models and like buying secondhand models. So the problem is that some of the stuff that I look at, it got such a high markup. It's like, oh, if I'm gonna buy that, I might as well buy new.
Yeah, Facebook Marketplace and local pawn store in my hometown. Like they're godsends.
See, I have never, ever. I'm so envious when I see someone be like, "Guess what I found at my pawn store?" and it's like 1,000 points worth of Marines or whatnot. I'm like, I'm so envious when that happens
Yeah, we
because
gotta.
that
It's a
doesn't
good
happen
store.
around me.
No, like it's very rare to see that, and the place I go to in my hometown is called P Market, and it's a pawn shop, but it's like that's his first listing, I would call it.
Yeah,
But but it's a game store, so you can go in there and every type of game you can think of, and then Warhammer and the comics and all that stuff. But it's great because if you want to buy something new, he can get it for you brand new, or he'll have it on the shelf. Or if you want to go in there and just look at whatever secondhand, he'll give you great deals on it.
there's actually this one. There's actually in my wife's hometown. There's this one secondhand comic book road trader store where people will sell off their armies, and then you can buy them piecemeal for about not market price but near market price.
Okay.
And I've seen some people. I've seen some decently painted models that way, and then Yarick, get your sniffer out of my butt, thank you. I have nothing behind my chair. I have no more burger for you, pal. All right, all right. Don't say that because then he's gonna expect that you're gonna put him back in the car. Yeah, I know, and then he's gonna get upset. Don't tease him. Oh my lord, so many berets. And I'm not done with the berets. I gotta paint them the flashes yellow.
Oh, darn it, I forgot my gloves. This is loud. I'm sorry. Whatever, doesn't matter.
See, I would use like regular like rubber gloves or latex gloves for painting if I was doing airbrushing, but I also suck at airbrushing, so I don't do that. And I
No, the only reason.
huh?
Oh,
Go ahead.
continue.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, you can continue.
I was about to say, and the only reason why I don't airbrush is because I prefer to see where the actual brush and therefore paint are actually going to land. I don't have to guess.
Yeah, no. Again, that's definitely a good reason not to. I just do it just because again, like I sub assembly. Um, so I just put everything on toothpicks or cocktail sticks or whatever you want to label them as. And the primer is on the stick. So anytime I hold it, it gets on my thumb, and then I'll go and touch a painted piece, and then it gets onto the painted
Oh
piece. But
yeah,
with
yeah.
latex gloves, it doesn't do that. So I'm just like, all right, perfect. And plus, every day when you're going into the hangar, and guys that don't paint freaking Warhammer are like, "Why are your nails and thumb painted?" They're like, "Freaking paint Warhammer, man!" Like, what are you talking about?
I have a life outside of the job. God.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a human being. I have hobbies.
Is it really a hobby if it's your life?
Yeah, I mean, facts. Wait, what? What are you watching? Oh, okay. Well, with any luck, when I'm done with all these berets, I can move on to the flashes, and then that won't take long. That's just very tiny detail, and then the skin, and then hopefully I can do the eyeballs and the skin tonight. Maybe the facial hair if I'm lucky, if I've got enough time, and then it's just the rifles and the arms. One, two,
What are you hoping to get done
five,
tonight?
6, 7, 8, 9. This will be 10. I'm at 19. I got 4 more to do 20. Or 20. I got 6 more to do 25. What do I want to plan and do tonight? Well, if I'm not gonna paint, I think I'm gonna do some Total War Warhammer.
No.
All right, hold on. Let me mute because if it plays music, I don't want to get. Okay.
Hi, Mrs. Commissar.
Uh, all right, so I'm gonna share the joke that she just sent me. So on iPhones now, they've got this new AI. Everything's AI. I swear to God, it's kind of unnerving. Where it detects the subject that you're taking a picture to. And Yarrick, our German Shepherd, went with Mrs. Commissar to Burger King to get food and all that stuff. She takes a picture of Yarrick, and the AI detected Yarrick as a cat, even though you see the dog, you see him happy. He's got a big old smile because his nose is out the window, and the AI, the idiot AI on the phone says, "Cat." Oh my God.
Well, we don't got to worry about Skynet anytime soon.
Jesus.
Oh, well.
Take a screenshot of that, like where it's the dog and it just says "animal detected, cat."
Discord it.
Send that to me, please. All right. It is now in the Discord.
There we go. Perfect. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta check this out. All right.
Too damn funny. Too damn funny.
Where are we at? Our gallery?
Yep.
Look up cat. Oh, he's a happy boy.
Oh, he's a happy puppy. It's just cat. Oh, my lord. Uh,
Look how the AI haloed him too.
it did. It did, and that's the best part. Yark's got a halo over him, and it still says cat.
There's one big cat.
I for one welcome our new AI overlords.
Just don't let Arnie find out.
Oh, my hands are locking up. Yeah, it was the one thing that I hated about doing 24-hour paint streams is that my hands would lock up all the damn time. Like after like hour 16, 17, they would start locking up. And you'd just be like, eh. Got to the point where I was like jamming my fingers into hot water just to relax the muscles.
Oh, what was that sent? Oh, I can't even see the time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 19. There we go. This will be 20. So I got 5 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, yeah, okay. We're cooking with gas.
Green there. Man, screw it. I'm gonna do it. Just because he is a new model does not mean he can get away with not having my signature kneecap.
Okay. Oh, Commissar, your painting stream. What'd you do today? Hey, Bubba's. No. Yarick. No spoopy. You're fine.
Goopy.
Yarick started to do like the woof woof, like little questioning barks.
I was trying to get your attention.
Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, oh, Commissar, what'd you do in your painting stream? I painted berets. I painted over 30 berets. That's what I did. It took me forever.
But it was worth it. Because now everyone has berets.
No, that's the
Like
one.
the Oprah berets.
Well, that's the one thing that I because I'm painting them like the 1960s and the early 60s, late 60s style security police. Like they all had um, berets, blue berets, and that was that was to denote that they were security police. Because originally, before they became security police, they were just called air police (APs), and instead of the beret, they would wear either a white helmet or they would wear a like the bus driver's dress blues cap.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So they would wear the dress blues, peaked cap, which is fine. That's part of our heritage. But the blue beret is where we really like set ourselves separate, and that was during Vietnam, right before and during Vietnam, and then we made it more of the permanent uniform for the after Vietnam. So it was that was kind of the long and short of it for security forces. If I remember correctly, I think the blue beret became official in like 75 or 76, I want to say, or maybe in the early 80s. It's been a while. Um, but because I'm using the Operation Safe Side uniform paint scheme, they all have berets. I could cheat and give them just olive drab helmets instead of black, um, which is what I'm doing for their armor. But because I decided to go with the berets, the black armor looked better, and the berets just offset a little bit so they don't look entirely monochrome. Because we did used to wear dress blues at the gates, and then I think some patrols wore dress blues, so they would wear black armor or black LE gear. Um, so it's like a mix. Um, but yeah, that's why I'm doing it this color. All right.
Okay. Those numbers still kind of wonky.
Oh God, what did you send me? Hold on. Mrs. sent me something. You're bad for that. You're bad for that. It's not wrong. Sorry, the missus sent me a meme about night shift workers, and if when everyone's like, "Oh, how was your shift last night?" and it was a very upset child.
Wow.
That's bad.
That's not military humor. I don't know what is.
Oh man. I don't know. I think the best child humor one that I've seen was there's this little girl, and of course she's in Germany, and the mother is asking what does she want for a drink, and the child goes beer, and the mother is like telling her that she can't have beer. She has to wait till she's 16, and she goes nine mama beer. It's just like I feel you, kid. I feel
Can't
you.
break traditions.
What's that? Look at all that paint pot crusty. Ugh. Paint buildup. That's the one thing I wish the Games Workshop paint pots were a little bit better about managing paint buildup.
Yeah, they're pretty bad for that. Oh, dude.
Man, 2 hours. Oh, trying to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh my God, we're almost done. Got 12 left.
Let's go. Hmm. Maybe I'll just work on this Crux Terminatus. Yeah, screw it. Let's do it. I don't paint fast. When I do, it looks like shit.
Yeah, I don't, I don't paint fast, but when I do, it looks like I put it in through a spinner.
Yeah, terrible fucking work. Thorax white, chocolate bone, my right hand. Oh, what do we got? Shafty bone. Oh, that's another one. In a pot? Where is it? Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. Of course it is.
Oh, you're looking through a bits box?
Now I'm looking through my bag of paints. I'm just trying to find my wraith bone and my shafty bone. I'll use shafty first. Or base, even though it's a layer paint. Who cares?
Yeah, there's like I understand what GW was going for when they started to identify bases and layers. Like I get what they were trying, but I I'm not that skilled to do like highlighting and technical color and all that stuff. So I'm just like, meh. If I
You,
want a specific brand of color, I'm just going to use that specific brand of color.
yeah, yeah. And that's why I don't mind using like layers or like I shouldn't say mind. I really don't care if I use layers for bases and bases for layering and stuff like that. As long as it looks good and it works for what I'm doing and the actual painting aspect doesn't give me a hard time, I'll use whatever I got.
Like don't get me wrong, I think it's a great idea that they're trying to like um, ease the painting experience and help people with their like their baseline like skills with painting, but like to me I'm just like bruh. I don't care.
Yeah, just give me the paint, let me use it. You don't got to label it.
uh,
Just
uh,
give it to me.
I'm Ugg Tug Smooth Brain. Paint makes model look nice. You know, apes stronger together.
They really got to figure out their Corax white though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's such dog water. It's so bad. It dries up quicker than anyone buys it. It covers like crap. And when you do get a good coverage, then it starts getting all chalky. Oh, it's bad. They gotta figure it out.
Oh, I still have some old
That's why,
Skull White I use.
wow, you actually have that?
Yeah, got it right here.
Wow.
Skull White, right there. It's not in its
What
original
is
Skull White paint pot, but you know, I've got some.
I'm trying to get my hands on some of that Pro Acryl titanium white. It's really hard to find providers or sellers for it in Canada unless you go to like a major city. And then ordering it online is just like the shipping costs more than what the paint does, so there's no point. While I'm in Quebec, I'm definitely gonna hit up one of the hobby stores in Montreal.
So what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Yeah, okay. 35. Oh, we're almost done. Well, not almost, but at least with the berets, we're almost done. Let's see. Fire department scramble into something.
Hopefully, it's just an axe.
Eh. 9 times out of 10, it's somebody that hurt themselves at the gym. I did have one kind of cool idea for a Space Marine. The reason why I'm using it as Space Marine is because I don't think the Guardsman models or the Sisters of Battle models will lend enough detail to it because they've already got like
Mhm.
inputted detail on the armor. Um, but I was thinking like a Day of the Dead style chapter with like the sugar skulls and the that kind of style of probably be like a almost blood angels because they've got the death masks. Um, those death mask helmets do something similar to that. I think that that would kind of look cool. Not saying that I actually do it because that takes a lot of amazing brush control and fine detail work for like the patterns and the scrolling and the lattice cutouts. And I was thinking something like that would be kind of cool to see on the battle board.
No, that would look nice, but again, just like you said, it would take a lot of brush control to do something like that. If you were like destined on wanting to try that style, I would definitely try and get like a 3D printed bust just to try it to see what it actually looks like
Oh
before
yeah,
going on to something smaller, right?
yeah. That you would need a larger you would need a larger canvas in order for that to work, and then you would have to like
Oh yeah.
take a look at it and say, okay, well, is this actually feasible on a model so small? And then the answer would be yes or no.
I think it would look good.
I
I
think it.
feel like if you
Yeah,
went
go ahead.
overboard with it, then it would. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. If
Yeah,
you
yeah.
if someone went overboard with it, like do the face and then like a couple. accent pieces to kind of tie it in would look great. If you just did the mask and then something separate for the torso or the arms or whatever, I feel like it would take away from what you're doing. You know what I mean? You got to find that kind of balance.
Yeah, yeah. But I think it would look slick. I really do. It's the, and like I said, the only reason why I'm saying Space Marines is because Space Marines are just enough of a blank canvas to where, particularly the Firstborn, like the Firstborn are, well, I guess the heavy intercessors and regular intercessors are pretty blank. But there's no like on their pauldrons, there's no like chapter regalia or like inbuilt like troop regalia, all that stuff that you have to worry about. So you can like kind of make it your own.
Yeah, they're just blanks.
I do say the people who make like the space sharks, the Carcadon Astra, like, and they do the Polynesian style tattooing on the armor and like all the script. I
Oh, it's
I
crazy.
my hats off to them because
Oh,
that's a
absolutely.
lot of dedication.
Just knowing your brush control is that good is just like beyond me. Like again, like practice, practice, practice. And that's great. But again, just like you said, it's I tip my hat to those people, and when I see things on Instagram or Facebook or wherever I'm looking, even on Google, like I always like it, comment on it, or save the picture if it's on Google because it's just so nice to see stuff like that. Or even like with orcs, like with some of the commandos, like they're putting like road tire tattoos or kind of Polynesian style
Yeah.
tattoos.
Oh
I'm just
yeah,
like,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
crazy. And then I'll try it myself, and it looks like absolute crap. And then it's just like, yeah, I'm not doing that again.
All right. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, his beret. Oh my God, we are so close. 10 more to go. And then I have to do the yellow. Oh.
One thing at a time. Get the 12, then worry about the yellow. Don't think about it now. Think about it later.
We'll probably have to call the stream here shortly after I paint all this blue because I got to pick up my daughter in roughly an hour. Actually, I had like an hour and 15, but still. And then I got to be dad mode until they go to bed. And then I'm actually thinking about just streaming, like I said, Total War Warhammer 3 and playing an Empire campaign. Because I love playing as the Empire. Like, all the other factions are interesting, but I just enjoy, as stressful as the Empire campaign is, I do enjoy playing it. Um, the one thing I gripe about when you play as the Empire, or really any Total War faction, is that when they have all these legendary lords that you can confederate, but then they get wiped out before you even discover them. It's just that hurts me a little bit.
Okay.
There we go. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break.
Oh, I guess I gotta figure out something for dinner.
What should I have for dinner, chat? Oh,
Yeah, I
oh,
wasn't too sure.
I don't know. Let me see. Well, what are you feeling?
That's the thing. I'm not really too sure. I'm not really in the mood for anything. I just don't want to go to the mess. Because what's today? Wednesday? Fish. Not having fish at the mess.
Let's see. If you want easy, there's always pasta.
Ooh, pasta sounds good.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you want easy, there's always pasta. Pasta's fairly easy, low threat, low cleanup. Um, you can, I mean, with spaghetti noodles, you can make almost anything. So if you're not necessarily into like the Italian, you could go ramen style with like a beef stock and some diced vegetables, dried vegetables. You could go. Um, you could kind of go like I want to say it's like either Thai or Korean, and just have like a paste, like whether it's like a chili paste or kimchi, and do it that way. You could do if you do want to do Italian, but you don't necessarily want to do like a fairly heavy or a high threat sauce. You could do just a regular like jar sauce, right? Again, low like heat up the noodles, make sure that they're hot, and then just pour the jar sauce on. You don't even need to warm up the pasta sauce. Or you could just do like a can of tomato and then like if you want to do like if you have like sausages, like cut up those, and then there you got a sausage. You got a Italian sausage sauce. Do it that way. Pasta's
That actually
pasta's
sounds good.
pasta's a quick one. Or if you've got like cold
Oh,
cuts, make a sub. You know, that's another like quick low threat.
pasta sounds good. You never turn down pasta, and it's so versatile. Like you literally can't fuck it up.
Oh well, you can overcook noodles.
Oh, you can, but again, you can always recook noodles. But I'd rather recook noodles than recook a sauce. What is this? Snake bite leather. No, I don't need that. What is this? Have it on black. Where is my Agrax Arcade? Ooh, or should I do Wraith or what's it called? Skeleton Horns. That's weird.
Go.
Yeah, let's do Skeleton Horns. Where is it? Why is everything I need at the bottom of the bag?
Because reasons.
Yeah, it's the ones I use the most often. Ironically, they're the ones that I put in first.
I do have to say I'm happy. I'm happy I got this paint rack for uh, the missus got me for one holiday. Um, it makes my life so much easier now. So I still got paints for days, but the fact that I can like readily take a look and see what I need, I'm just like, yep, I need that one.
Yeah, I got one at home. I just again moving around base to base for training and all that. I just got my to-go bag, so I don't have any of that stuff, unfortunately.
Are you painting in the barracks or are you painting in the hotel room?
In the barracks.
Is it a single living unit barracks or do you share with people?
No, single unit. It's my first one in 3 years, so I am taking it for everything it's giving me.
When I was a single airman, I had a single unit, but we shared a bathroom. And so, like, I painted in my barracks or in my dormitory, and then, but I never had to like share a space. Like, I always had a private sleeping space, and kitchenette, but not a. Now, my wife just had when she was at Lakenheath, the medics had I think the better of the dorms because they had a shared living space with a full kitchen, washer, dryer, but then they had private living spaces because it was dorm room in like a quad, but the common area was a shared living space.
No.
So it was
Well, I
almost
mean,
like
that's not too bad because that's kind of what I'm at right now, where I share a bathroom, share a like a common area and a kitchenette, but separate rooms, which is great.
downrange when I deployed, I shared a room with one other person all the time. And then when I was in Africa, I shared a shipping container with three other people or two other people.
Damn.
Yeah. And you had to go, and if you wanted to go to the bathroom or take a shower, you had to get out of your shipping container, which was called a clue, and then you went over to the quote unquote wet clue, which is like the communal shower, shitter, all that stuff.
And was that also in a
In a
decan?
in a shipping container, yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's actually pretty innovative. I never would have thought about that.
The only thing I would have to complain about with living in the shipping containers is that it got so hot.
Yeah,
If the power went out, oh my God.
you're sitting in an oven.
So hopefully this, if I do end up deploying again, this next deployment, I'll have in my own room and my own space so I can actually sit down and paint.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Once my wife moves out here, and then we can get a PMQ and have our own house on base until
Oh,
they tell me to go somewhere else,
yeah.
which I'm cool with. I mean, again, it's part of our job. But for me, for my trade, I only had two options: Cold Lake, Alberta, which I spent 2.5 years in Alberta for infantry, and that wasn't healthy for my relationship. Um, so I went into Air Force and came to Cold Lake, Bagotville. I don't speak a lick of French, but I'm trying. And I'm only 8 hours from home instead of like for a drive instead of about a 3 or 4 day drive.
Yeah, I think living quarters wise, well, we were spoiled in England because we were able to live off base, and we had this massive. We managed to secure a house from a landlord, uh, and it was this massive house. It had what, 6 rooms, dear? Rooms. Yeah, in the dining room. Yeah, yeah. So it was a huge house. Some of it was in slight disrepair, mainly because the landlord was a fairly elderly gentleman. I think he was pushing 60, 70. Um, and he ran horses for the Royal Heath races.
Damn.
Yeah, and you know, a lovely, lovely chap. But he was getting on in age, so he wasn't able to like take care of the house. He had to have his son help him out a lot. Um, so he, you know, took care of the house. So his son came over, take care of the house occasionally, every once in a while. Um, but yeah, just a genuine, all around good guy. Um, and the house was only £1,000 a month. And what we did was
Oh wow.
what we did was because of our housing allowance was higher. So like when you go overseas in in the Air Force, you get what's called OHA, and OHA is a fixed amount, right? It bumps up in rank, but it's a fixed allotment that you could get, and you can't get anything higher. But if you get anything lower, that's it. You know, that's all you get. So what we did was, uh, as part of our rent agreement, he allowed us to add oil into the actual like rental agreement for the cost of the house. So that way we wouldn't have to pay, you know, any surprise additional fees for the use of oil for the cost of running the house, because we only got, like, that's all you get is OHA money. You don't get any sort of rent deferment or anything like that. So, or not rent deferment, but utility deferment, so anything like that. But yeah, it was nice. We were spoiled. Um, I definitely think that if I had that house later on, we definitely would have used more of it. Um, but now that we got, especially that we got kids and pets. Yeah, we had Chip and Oreo, but they were kittens. So, but that was the largest. Our smallest was the one at Altus Air Force Base. That was the literal definition of a shoebox.
Wow, the fuck.
I mean, so it was a two-bedroom with a small little office. So if you actually look at my old YouTube videos when I first started, you'll see kind of how small it is. Um, uh, and that's where I did a lot of my filming, was in that office space. Um, uh, but for what's it called for but that house was small. I'm not gonna lie. And then I think the second to largest one on base that we've been in was in Misawa. So I liked the Misawa house that we were in. Okay, we got five more heads left. Oh my god,
Oh, that's good. You're almost there.
almost there. And after we're done with these berets, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll pick these up either tomorrow or my next official day off. Yeah. Yeah, what? Okay. 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 Yes, dear. I'll make sure. I'll
Did you
probably.
meet your wife in the military?
Did I meet my wife in the military? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And that is a
Oh.
funny story. What do you mean?
All right, let's hear
Oh,
it.
she's groaning already.
Women always do. Believe me, when I tell my story to like people that ask me, she hates it. So
All
I got
right.
to hear your story.
So the Mrs. Commissar meeting Mr. Commissar story goes as this. I had just gotten assigned to RAF Lake and Heath, and I it was like my first or second week on flight. And what normally, whenever you get a new person on flight, particularly if they're a seasoned airman, right, um, the flight chief will ask them what they were previously certified in, if they had any other experience, where their other bases were, etc. Um, I didn't have a whole lot of experience. I was just certified as an entry controller, so like the ground level, as it were, of security forces. But the flight had a canine handler who was coming up for his recertification and reevaluation on his dog. Um, so he wanted to get as much training hours in as possible. So because I was new to the flight and they, you know, they had the bodies for manning to satisfy all of their posts, they assigned me to be posted with the canine handler. And this particular canine was a very old and angry German Shepherd named Grant. Uh, Grant was, I want to say, almost 8 years old.
Damn.
And for those of you who don't know, the military working dog life is dogs already don't live a long life. So I think the longest I've heard a dog live was like 15 years. Um, but in the military working dog world, uh, you know, they don't last long past 10. You know, normally they get retired around like 8, and then and then they and then after that they just get retired, right? So Grant was a very very old military working dog, and he was slotted for retirement, but because his retirement date was I think like a year out, they still had to do all the things that was required of a military working dog, to include recertification and revalidation. Um, so I got stuck for 12 hours being used as the bite target uh, for this dog. So,
And it sucks, doesn't it?
oh my God. And this dog is, he's an old man who's very ornery and very bitey. Um, and so this dog, um, whenever a dog bites, right, a military working dog, they're supposed to latch on and just pull you down to the ground. Well, Grant would latch on and then do something called typewriting in order to get a better fix on you. Be-
Oh, you would chatter?
yeah, well, basically he would. So I would always hold out my arm, and he would bite down. And then if he didn't, and then if the dog didn't think he got a better hold on you because you were flailing around, he would go nom 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 nom. He would just like typewrite, trying to bite down on and get better leverage on you. Um, Military working dogs aren't supposed to like typewrite just to typewrite. It's only to fix the bite once they've got on. But what he would do is he would punch with his two front paws as he's biting the hell out of your arm. Um, uh, because they're trying to like get you down onto the ground. So he'd be kicking with his two front paws, hitting me in the face or the chest, and whatnot. And of course, I'm wearing this big marshmallow bite suit, so I'm like sweating profusely, and I'm exhausted, and I smell like dog, and and I'm just tired and defeated because I'm just like my ass has been handed to me by a 60-pound German Shepherd, the entire shift. Um, I know, and it was fun. Don't get me wrong, I loved it. Um, but at the end of it, I was just like, oh my god, I'm so exhausted, and everyone was just like, hey, how's it been, Chew Toy? just they're razzing me at the clearing barrel and all that stuff, and I was just like, I'll never do this again. um, so I'm getting off of work. I'm hot. I'm tired. I'm hungry. You know, so I'm just like, well, I gotta figure out this. So I'm going to the chow hall, and I'm wearing my duty gear. And at the time, I didn't have a name tag on my vest. Um, so I'm wearing my duty gear, and I look like the sorriest. I look like something the cat dragged in, just like I just like look dejected. I'm not at my best. And there I see this fresh-faced, full of sparkles and sunshine, uh, um, young airman in her blues, very pretty young woman, and she's got her makeup on, and she's bright-eyed, bushy-tail, and me, I look like just this wretched peasant.
Dang.
That this abused peasant. This, yes, me lord. So I'm like, well, I can't, like, it's only up from here. So I started chatting with her. And in my brilliant mind, as we're having breakfast together, um, she orders an omelet. So it's nice, neat, even, clean, all that stuff, because she's in her dress blues. And back then, the Air Force had what was called Blues Monday, where you were mandatory. You had to wear a variant of blues uniform. Most people it was full service dress. Some people it was class B's, which is long sleeves or short sleeves and tie. And then class sleeves is short sleeves with the top button unbuttoned, no tie, no nothing. You were in your class A's, weren't you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. She doesn't remember, and I don't remember either. So, so juxtapose, very beautiful, full of like high energy, you know, well put together woman versus a man that's literally been manhandled by a dog for 14 hours, uh, and is and has worked the midnight shift. So you're already exhausted because your body's not used to it. Um, Beaten up, and oh, by the way, I'm still wearing my vest, and I'm still wearing most of my duty gear because when I wasn't getting caught by the dog, I was still learning my job for RF Lakenheath to being a, to for my certification too. Uh, so at the end of it, she's like, "Oh, I haven't caught your name. What's your name?" Because again, I don't have an identifier on my plate. And the genius that I am, I decide instead of just spelling out my name, right? I open up my armor, and it was the old Mark, I think Mark IV interceptor vest, so the one that wrapped around you. So you had to open it up one way and then open it up the other way in order for you to actually like see it. And I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this, but when you know how sometimes when you get your own body heat trapped, and there's this nice whiff of that trapped body heat. Yeah, that ode de funk, that natural potpourri of dog funk, of dog hair and man funk and warm body odor just hit me and hit her at the same time. And she took it like a champ. She it was just straight face the entire time. She'd be great at poker because you'd never be able to know. Um, and sure. And then shortly after that, I give her her number. I give her my number. She gives me her number. And I don't hear for her for about a week and a half actually. No, 2 weeks actually. I don't hear for her for about 2 weeks.
Oh shit.
And I'm like, I blew it. And then I can't remember if you texted me or I texted you, and it was during my stuff had just come in for my TMO, and she was like, "Yeah, whatever, we can hang out, whatever, it was like low threat, no big deal." I was like, "Oh well, all my stuff just showed up, so I would love to have a hand." Me thinking I'm the genius, like, "Hey, it's a date," kind of a deal, like, whatever. Um, I am not a smart man. Let's get that one out of the way. I might sound smart, and I might have the occasional flash of brilliance, but I am not a smart man. Uh, because normally us nerds have to play it cool, right? You introduce them to the weird, you introduce them to the nerdiness, you introduce them
Yeah, you got to play it cool at first.
to your hyperfixations nice and slow, right? Right, right. Nice and slow, or otherwise they scare and startle easily. I did not. As she came over, the first thing. So TMO is basically the travel management office. Whenever you PCS to a new location, for those of you that aren't in the military, you uh, they organize and ship and box up your entire life, and then ship it to your gaining station, your gaining location. So um, all of my stuff finally showed up in my TMO, and what happens is that when your TMO shows up, you get like, depending on how big your TMO shipment is, you get either 1 or 2, maybe 3 days off from work in order for you to unpack your life and organize it kind of sort of in a way that works, right? Um, so as my TMO gets here, Caitlin, Mrs. Commissar, she comes up, and and in my small little dorm room, it looks like the end scene of Indiana Jones. It's just all boxes, you know, in the Last Crusade. It's a warehouse full of boxes. That's all my room is. And she's like, "Okay, well, let's start working out." And I'm like, "Yeah, you can just." And I point to a random box. I point to a random box, not really thinking because I'm overwhelmed by it, and plus, I've got someone that wants to hang out with me. I'm kind of taken aback by that, mainly because like I really my dating before then really wasn't always that great. So pretty woman, ug tug brain, neuron activated. She's helping me out. I think I'm doing great. Uh, the first thing she opens up, I want to say, is my Warhammer 40K box with all of my armies,
Nice.
all of my paint. Well, it's all of my guard, all of my paints, all everything. And immediately it was like, you know, immediately alarm bells like kicked off in my head. Like, oh no, oh god, oh no, oh god. So she opens up and there's all my guardsmen models and all that stuff. And she's like, "Oh, what's this?" And I was like, "Oh, it's just tanks and dudes that I've painted, and I've got a little bit of a hobby. I'm just trying to be creative and all that stuff, like trying to play it off." I was like, "They're game pieces for a game, yada yada." And I'm like in full panic. I'm like, damage teams, get to action stations, kind of a deal. you know, the klaxons are going off inside my head, um, and then um, so she sees some of them and she's like, "Oh well, they look kind of cool," and then puts them away. And I know she's playing it off. She's being so generous to me right now. I don't even know why. She's just being the most magnanimous person and most beautiful woman in the entire universe, basically giving me a pass. And then I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take care of that." And as I'm taking care of that, I point to another box. Again, not clearly thinking. She opens that, and that's all of my Star Wars stuff. And it's not just my Star Wars. No, it's not just like, oh, I've got like my books and whatnot, because the books are over here. Here, let me just switch the camera real quick, and I'll show you what I mean by all my Star Wars stuff. My that's all my that that book right there. Those are all my books, right, from Star Wars, and then that bookcase over there has all my comic books. So she finds all the comic book stuff, right? And all the Star Wars Expanded Universe books, right? So I'm like, oh my lord, you know. So I'm like, okay, well, every guy has a comic book collection. That's fine, right?
Yep. True.
You know, I can recover from this. At least I look semi-normal, right? And I was like, oh yeah, but in underneath, so I'm like, okay, she just found my books. No, what's underneath all of my books and comics? My
Tattoos.
my Jedi outfit, my lightsabers I've made, um, all the cosplay stuff for my cosplay outfits. So I'm just like, oh well, that game's up. And then finally, so I had to kind of explain that. I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, it's costumes, and yeah, you dress up for conventions, and you act in character, all yada yada yada. And I'm just in the middle, in the back of my brain, I'm like, oh my god, you are fucking nerd. You're just grade A nerd. And I'm just like, oh, this is so bad. So then finally, the pièce de résistance, right? Right. It's just the like the final nail in the coffin for me, and I thought I was done for. So I'm packing up that now. So I've got the Warhammer stuff. I'm packing up that all that stuff, and then finally she opens up my D&D box full of my 3.5 edition D&D rule books, the whiteboard that I have, the D&D minis that I have. I wasn't into Pathfinder because Pathfinder wasn't out around that time, but like any sort of D&D book that I had, she opened that one too, and I was just like, well, that's it. I'm done. I'm screwed. Put a fork in me. I'm like, call me done. Like I just served me up, and she didn't run away from me. Meh.
Nailed it.
Yeah, nailed it. Nailed it. Here I am panicking, and everything was fine. She thought I was weird as all hell, but you know, my wife was like, "Yep." And then finally, we carve a path to my bed and all that stuff, and we managed to organize everything. And I just kind of like, I say this offhand as a joke. I say and I say it like already ready to basically be like, yeah, this isn't a date, and I'm not really interested. I think I see a view as offend. Like I'm already prepping myself for that, right? And I'm just like, well, this is kind of a crappy date. And she goes, if this is your version of a date, I want a refund. And I'm like, deal. So I think it was the week after we went out to a place called, what was it, John Paul's? Yeah, that was in Brandon. So we went out to this place called John Paul's, and it was this lovely Italian place. Very lovely, super nice. Ran by a guy who lived in, who was a, I think he was from Malta. Um, but really really awesome guy. Um, and that was our first official date after that. So after my stunning display of just like failure, we managed to have a decent date. And on that date, what was even more, did you give him a frickin' pretzel? Caitlin. My dog loves pretzels.
That's why you can't be mad at him because he loves it.
Yeah. Um, so after the stunning display, we have a good date. But even then, that date wasn't as didn't go off without a hitch because um, uh, during that date, or after that date, we were driving, and England, for those of you that don't know, has very small roads. Um, and someone clipped her car and popped the wing mirror. They clipped her wing mirror and shattered the wing mirror clean off. So she had to get a replacement. So it's just been, you know, and it was that's how we got dating each other. And then like I think after 6 months of dating, I was like, yep, she's the one. She's the one. And I was not looking. I was not looking at all, at all. Like she kind of fell into my lap, quite literally.
That's how it always happens, it
I
seems like.
I wasn't looking at all. So moral of the story is, guys, be true. Be true to yourself, guys and gals. Be true to yourself. Don't try and hide anything, and let them accept you for who you are. Let them accept
Yeah.
you. Let them accept your weirdness for who you are.
And it's okay to feel vulnerable when you're showing somebody who you are. That's how people get to know you.
Yeah.
By you being real.
And then shortly after we got married, she was really kind of interested in learning about Warhammer, and that's when she collected her Dark Angels army. And that was around the beginning of 7th edition. And then we actually had 2 dates at Warhammer World, and that was fun. It was a good time. Good time had by all.
I've always wanted to try and go to Warhammer World.
It's a trip. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely. I mean, it's it's fun, but you can kind of get a little overwhelmed because it's like the worst impulses of gambling. You want everything. You want. I mean, they've got art from across the years that they've used as like giant art pieces. They have. I mean, the mug that I drink my tea from, that's from Bugman's Brewery, and it's really good. It's a really good tea mug. I have a tankard that I drink beer out of from Bugman's. I mean, anything that you would want to potentially collect is there. Um,
Okay.
So it not only is it a good place to play a game, but it's also a great place to eat too. Like the pub is fantastic. Um, like I said, it's kind of overwhelming because you're surrounded by Games Workshop, you know, you know, uh, like Warhammer Acarnia, like it's Games Workshop history and games and artifacts and like when they have a full body Urukai from the Lord of the Rings um,
Holy,
production company. Um, so it's very much like, I mean, for God's sakes, everyone's seen it. They have a functioning Space Marine Rhino, um, painted Ultramarines.
that's freaking cool.
So, um, and at one point they were like, "Oh, you could win Games Workshop products the height of a Space Marine." You know, so they're always doing something kind of cool about that. Um, but I will say, it is overwhelming at some points because if it's not Games Workshop product, they have Forge World there, and then on top of that, they have Black Library there. So like anything that you could think of to buy, they have it, or at least they should have it. Not to
The
mention,
self control is key.
oh yeah, no, you have to be like a Buddhist Zen monk at that place. You really do. Like there was a time I walked out with about over 300 pounds worth of, like 300 British pounds worth of stuff, and you're just like, oh my god. Oh. And that was when the dollar was like at its weakest, so it was like $600 worth of stuff, and I'm just like, oh no.
The screen is not covering well.
All right, three more heads, or two more heads after this one. I'll be just enough time to end the stream and pick up my daughter, my youngest.
I'm going to use the small brush for that. It's too small for me to get in there. What kind of brushes do you use?
So I have a mix of all the Games Workshop brushes. Um, all the way back until when they were red brushes. I try not to retire them as much as possible because I find that the newer brushes, while they're okay, I find that they're not as good as the older ones.
I've never tried a Citadel paintbrush before.
They're not bad. Like I said, I have enough of a reserve to where if I wanted to just do brand new brushes and brand new paints, I'm okay. But I try to hang on to them as best as possible.
Yeah, take care of them, do your due diligence with them.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I got my money's worth out of most of them, except for the brand new ones that I haven't used yet. But no, that's Yark sounding off against something. What'd he do? What'd he bork at? And scared the shit out of you, huh? He's just making sure you're awake. Uh, Dawn Pool, what are you painting? I'm painting Imperial Guard heads for my Imperial Guard army. I am painting the berets. I've painted 35 berets in the span of so many hours. Or the span of 4 hours. That's because I don't want to screw up, so I got to take it nice and easy. He's looking at you like you committed a war crime. It's because you're not feeding him. You gave him a pretzel. All right. Oh. One more to go. After this one. Oh my god.
You're almost there.
Almost there. Almost there. Commissar, why are you going cross-eyed? It's because I've been staring at small, tiny man's heads. I've been staring at miniature heads. Oh, say again? Oh, Jesus. An interesting sentence. Given its context, yes, that would be an interesting sentence. But the fact of the matter is I'm painting very small heads for models. And I'm trying to make it so that the paint is even on their berets. And if I have to go over it again, I will. I, woman, don't you hit me with that kind of a curse. I, I don't see you painting Space Marines. How's that going? Oh, were they looking for a tech? Knowing if it's medical, it's probably 80 hours. There's no way to phrase that I can take that out of context. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I'll get covered up. Doesn't matter.
We are so close. We're so close, chat. We're so
Wait, on the second last one?
yeah, second to last one. We're so close. I'm almost cross-eyed. That looks fine to me. Again. Oh my
The eyes will
lord.
be cross-eyed on the model.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
I love that meme photo.
Of
It's so funny.
of Gollum just like biting his lower lip, like as you're trying to dot eyeballs
That's why I don't paint faces, man.
and everything. At least I have to call the Inquisition. Well, let me tell you, Hawk Legend. It. At this point, if I can get my painting better than when I started, I will. I'll be happy. Although some people, I don't know how they do it, but their painting is like near god tier. I'm like, what, what dark god did you make a compact with in order to paint that well? All right, last one. The Codex Astartes does not support this action. Well, good thing they're guardsmen. They don't listen to the Codex Astartes. It's funny. I wish they did publish. I wish Black Library published the Tactica Imperialis, because that's basically the Codex Astartes for the Imperial Guard. To commit heresy to paint minis. I bet a guardsman would, uh, if told to behave by Astartes, would also do as he's told. Yes and no. So Space Marines are outside of the ranks of like they're a separate entity. Do guardsmen units are guardsmen units occasionally like caught, for lack of a better word, like worshiping them? Yeah, because they're the Emperor's angels. Um, uh, and in some instances, the guard do work with Space Marine units. But the one thing that is also well known about a lot of guard commanders is that they hate working with some of them. Mainly because like the Space Marines are, depending on the chapter that is assigned to your combat zone, like the Space Marines are like, I don't have to listen to you. I I'm I'm a chapter master. I'm gonna do my own thing. And like, oh, I can't remember, but there's basically a conversation between a Lord General and another Lord General, and how they are basically bitching and moaning that because it was the Dark Angels, they were bitching and moaning that the Dark Angels weren't listening to their like strategic mission updates and all that stuff, and they weren't listening to their like overall battle strategy. They were just like, no, we're gonna go over here, and they're like, why? But why though? But why are you going over there? And they're like, reasons. And then once they were done with that, once the Dark Angels were done in that sector of the combat zone, they just upped and left, leaving an entire battle sector fucking exposed, leaving an entire flank like unprotected, unguarded. So the guardsmen had to like the guard forces had to scramble to throw units into that area just to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of a situation. That's on the guardsmen. No, it's not. That's not how you fight a war. It's literally that meme. I have done my job, but you haven't done anything. They should have hinged their plan on the angels. Well, so like that's what happens in a lot of the combat zones when Space Marines like not necessarily take over or not necessarily take over or insert themselves into a mission, but basically there's like, oh hey, we're here, we're gonna do the X, Y, and Z, and um, particularly like with the fall of Cadia, there was a lot of Space Marine chapters that were kind of doing their own thing, um, like to help out the Battle of Cadia and it within the Cadian systems. But even Uskar Creed was like, "Yo, you guys got to get all on the same page because we're getting our asses handed and you're not helping out." As a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, the only guardsman officer, right, from the officer Carter that people actually listened to, with with the Space Marines was Yarick. Sebastian Yarick was the only Imperial Guard officer, and he was a commissar. Was the only Imperial Guard officer. Just so I know why you paint the way you do. Why do you paint the head separate from separate from the body, right? I glue everything together and then paint all at once. Okay, so I've explained this before, but I'll explain it again. No worries. You're a new watcher, a new listener. That's fine. So what I do is I do what's called partial builds. So here, let me just switch cameras real quick. There we go. And this comment's on YouTube, so if you're not seeing it in the chat, that's why. So I do partial builds. So I build the torso, right? Let me just, oh god. So I build the torso, and I paint the torso because it's got particular fine detail that if I throw the arm or the rifle on, it will it won't look, I won't be able to get the chests and the nooks and crannies that I do need to get, right? Um, and then I also paint on the sprue the parts that. Let's go to the Commissar's journal real quick. Then I paint on the sprue the parts like the arms and the guns, right? That way I know I'm covering everything for the arms and the guns. And then the heads, I used to clip them off the sprue entirely, but now I just do the brackets. Oh, let me switch back over. then I do the brackets. And the reason why I do that, the reason why I don't glue the heads onto the body, is because when you get to the final product, right, where I glue the arms and the rifle, uh, the arms and the rifle onto the body, when I get to gluing that, why is that out of focus now?
Kevin, are you going to the commissary now or what, after you get Bree?
After I get Brie.
Okay.
Okay.
You still got to figure out what we're going to do together.
Yes, dear. Do you have a hankering for anything?
I don't.
Okay.
You can ask the girls what they want,
Yes, dear.
and maybe you can just pick it up at the commissary
Yes, dear.
there.
So after I paint everything together in its separate stages, right? Then I glue it onto the main body. And then the reason why I leave the head for last is because I want to make sure that the rifle and where the head is looking is either down the sights or close near the sights. Because what I don't particularly like is, because this is kind of a war game, and this is in my little headcanon slash military experience, because this is an actual war game, you're not supposed to be looking around without your rifle basically glued to your cheek, or you can kind of have it at a depressed ready, but your rifle is always pointed to where you're looking, right? Um, it's yeah, and you're also maintaining muzzle discipline, and you're looking around, and as you're looking, your whole body, your rifle are moving as one solid unit. So when I'm putting the models down, when I build the models and put them together, that's what I am kind of demonstrating is that no matter where they're looking, their loss rifle is looking too. Or no matter where they're looking, their pistol is looking too, right? So if you have, instead of your rifle, you have your pistol, you're looking, as you're looking, your body's rotating wherever your pistol muzzle is and whatnot. So that's kind of why I do it the way I do it, where I build the body first, paint the body first, then paint on the sprue the um, the arms and the rifles, and then as I'm finalizing putting everything together, um, that's what ends up. That's what I do. Do you get annoyed when TV shows? Do you get annoyed at TV shows when you see poor muzzle discipline? Um, yes and no. Like movies, TV shows, video games. Um, Look, I'm pretty sure they have somebody working on that particular product or that particular entertainment that was militarily experienced. Um, but I don't, it's not real life, right? And even in real life, even though you are drilling muzzle discipline and all that stuff, and where you're looking and where your pistol's looking, all that stuff, people forget, right? That genuinely does happen. But in the realm of 40K, where you're constantly at war, it bothers me. Well, yeah, sorry, man. But in the realm of 40K, when you're constantly at war, that basic drill should be drilled into them every time. Should be drilled into them consistently, often, all that stuff. You're not necessarily looking, particularly in 40K, you're not necessarily looking down the sights the entire time, but definitely have it depressed ready enough um, to where you can kind of snap up and all that stuff, or you're snapping up, all that stuff. But anyway, yeah, thanks for the explanation. Well, you're welcome. Um, yeah, so that's why I paint the way I paint, is because it's kind of my own head canon, and then it's also I find that it's easier. But anyway, that is it for right now. I have to go pick up the child. I have to pick up one of the childs. I need to see the child. But I have to pick up the my youngest, and we've painted a crap ton of berets today. We'll do the flashes another time, and then we just have to do the skin tone. And then we move on to the arms and rifles, and then that's it. and then we'll put them all together, and then finally it can be done. So, without further ado, my name is Commissar Hecht. If you liked what you see, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Join my Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram. I'm now on Blue Sky, so I'm all over social media. You just have to search Commissar Hecht. As a reminder that these live streams are for charity. Let me drop the charity link in the description real quick. And that particular charity is for the UNHCR, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, where you basically are supporting, helping aid refugees, whether it's giving them food, medicine, water, blankets, tents, whatever it is that you can whatever it is basically what the goal is. And thank you all very much. If you want to be a part of the community, let me throw up the Discord. There's the Discord. So join the Discord, be a part of the Discord, activate. You'll get all my notifications and whatnot. You'll see some behind the scenes pictures. I post pictures of my pupper. I post pictures of the models that I'm working on when it's off camera. I occasionally post pictures of life itself. So yeah, that's it. Anyway, my name is Commissar Hecht. I'll see you guys in the next episode. Tonight, I'll probably be doing some Total War Warhammer. Bye bye.